wish that I knew. Are we live? Let's check it out. Looks like it. Let's go. Just trying to confirm. Yep. How is everyone doing today? Let's mute this. So we successfully fixed the bug yesterday, did a couple of other stuff, and also helped to disambiguate snapshot tests because of the way we're handling it within a function, right? Today we have 4 more commands to test. We have let's disable lint first. We need to test up, down, resets, prone, and list. So actually 5 more. And we have tested so far, we have tested init and generate. And I think personally, I think most of the stuff we're gonna be testing will just be, we've done most of the work. For example, we've actually tested run somehow in the generate command, because when you're generating and initializing, you have the option of also specifying that the new migration files you've just generated should be run against the database instance that you might have specified. So drops to 0. we need to do that now for run. So we're just gonna generate a bunch of migrations, and then we're gonna test the different opt strategies that you can do. Up by default we run to the latest depending migration. Then you can do delta of number, so you can say run the next one or the next 2. Then we're gonna test also run up to a specific migration, so you pass the migration ID. Then we're also gonna do latest explicitly. Those are the 4 scenarios. Then we have the lax and strict mode as always. We're gonna test that. In this case, well, there is no concept of run or no run, because we always have to run. Like this is actually like running the stuff. So without further ado, let's do what we have to do. I hope everyone is doing okay. Shai from Ganteng, hi, you're welcome. Man, how's it going today? How are you? Thanks for joining the stream. We're back again. We're back to do what we do best. So pretty much I'll just copy generate, because we'll be reusing a lot of stuff from there, and eventually I'm gonna share a lot of this code, especially from here till maybe somewhere around which is about 300 lines, right? That's a substantial amount of code. So eventually I'll try to share that. And what I could do first is maybe we've tested generate, so I don't know if it's that important. I don't know if it's that important to reassert here. We probably don't need to. What we just need to do is maybe generate about as much migrations as possible. Maybe generate 5 to 10. Then we can start to do our running strategies. So first we could probably do away with this, because we've tested generate, right? We shouldn't have to do all these assertions again. So the second time, I mean, we could decide to leave it actually, but I don't know. Let's just take it out. Let's take it out so we can focus on the running this time rather than the generation, since we already tested the generation. So we've got something like this, right? We set up the configuration, and does this initialize? Oh, it's June generation first, so we can't run without. We can also test not being able to run. So let's comment all this out first. We can first test that you can run without having initialized first. So you have to initialize before you can run. So if we try to run, let's see what happens. Let's say we've got this. We do set and up rather. Generate command. Okay, this is gonna be run. So we can set up that and do run on up. So let's call that up cmd, and rather than generate here, we're gonna have up and else. Yep. Thanks for the light, I appreciate that. How are you doing today? When we're running, we don't need a name. Let's see. So this goes to Jan. Where does Jan go? Hello. What does the name mean? So up basically takes up. So we should do up. Maybe builder. I'm not sure if we've got a builder for up, but we can check. Sure, even contain. So let's check up. Do you work with Rust? Shai Fanganteng. Am I pronouncing your name right actually? What? My Neovim is really messed up and I don't wanna spend time configuring that right now. Let's go computer, and yeah, what do we have? Okay, so we can fast forward it. Then what else can we do? Let's check that. But right now, this is a little bit messed up. Where's the diversion? So let's discard that. So okay, so this can be to latest. I probably should change this, but it can be latest, it can be number, and it can be two. Okay. So I guess this would be a little bit different. Um, fast forward delta should probably okay. Let's look at this forward delta. Yes. We're gonna be passing that as an argument. And just build then rather call that gen, we call that up. So it's gonna take up. So you start to see, we can probably put this in a shared folder already. At least the test config. But let's chill a little bit. So we're gonna be passing fast forward delta. I don't know why that wasn't closed. Yes. Rust analyzer is loading. So we're close to 500 now. Let's do it. So I'm trying to import this. That should come from probably should be, this should be called a strategy, but let's keep it like that first. we don't need whether DB to run, we don't need that. So we pass this up builder and set the DB if it's not. We shouldn't even be doing this. We shouldn't be doing this here either. We could probably abstract this a little bit, but we can chill. Because the only thing that's actually changing here is these parts, this bit. So, and this should be called init conf. That's the only part that's changing. So I'm sure we can just, but whatever. Let's leave it this way first. So we've got up command, and if we go see the first test, so well, if we try to run up command before anything, let's see what happens. But this time we need to pass in, let's do default, right? Default forward strategy. That's latest, so we can do fast forward. There should actually be default, but anyway, let's say latest. Oh, it's actually it is struct, so that would be latest, probably. Yep, no exposed. Let's use the type builder here. Maybe not there. Builder, and this is the default. It's gonna be for true. Then this default is gonna be none, but I mean we can make it explicit. So this in that case would be, let's do builder. Latest is true. Then the others should be default. Yeah, let's check again. It's optional, so I mean we can default, we can do builder default, and yeah, also we can do builder default. I guess we can let's default here also. Let's see. Yep, so yeah, we can pretty much just do that and build. Yep, and yeah, we're gonna put in default for strategy. So we're gonna do some assertions, especially we're gonna check that let's check this. It's gonna generate. So we can do this assertion. I think it's legit. So of course the first time the DB migration count should be 0 0 blah blah, and let's comment this out. And in this case, because we're not trying to do anything, we're not trying to generate, so we should be able to do it away without that. And let's run this now. Cargo. Let's be sure this is properly saved though. So we can do cargo. Cargo test. But now this is gonna be called up. '34. Oh, it's not optional, so I have to do defaults. I need to remove that. So this now, let's run. Let's see if that passes. Of course, we need to update this snapshot. I'm expecting those to be 0 anyway. So we can, well, if migrations that we're getting from the database is 0, then that is valid assertion already. And after, subsequently, we're just gonna generate a bunch of migrations, maybe generate up to like 10. We'll start running. So yeah, we're getting a panic. Okay. How do I do? So I can do probably, is it Rust log true or something? I'm not sure. On line 108. Let's go check 108. Failed. Of course, that's what we're expecting. But let's load that. So let's see what happens. That should panic because we haven't yet initialized. Another day, remember the way we were close to the end. I'm wondering if it makes sense to actually panic, or just like log. It's not a big deal. Should this be an error, or should it be a warning? I made it through another way, another way. It was me and you, The migration blah 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 does not exist. You may need to explicitly provide the migration directly path argument. If you're using the, make sure you're running from the root. I think we should also say because if you can't detect it, I think it should be make sure the migration directory is first initialized. If it does, if initialized or resets by running cargo run init should it panic? Yeah, because it's invalid if migration has not been initial. Migration should not be run if it has not been initialized. So I would say probably we can let it panic. So we can do should panic migration type migration mouse first. Yep. If life was a thing that the money could buy, the rich would live and the poor would die. Interestingly, run doesn't actually need the code base resources, but we're gonna pass it anyway. Doesn't really need it, so that makes it interesting. So should we make code base resources be optional and prompter? Like up doesn't need it, down doesn't need it, prone doesn't need it. So about 4 of them. And if we put it here, it's gonna be cluttering things. Yep, so I think this should probably be option. And this should be optional also. And yeah, we should just unwrap. For now, let's unwrap. I'm actually thinking if code resources should go to that's interesting. What? I'm thinking if we should just put this as part of maybe not. The reason why I think we shouldn't do that is it gives us less flexibility. Of course, we can always implement a method that says like change code base resource or like set code base resource, or we can always have like set prompter, things like that. I need to think, would that approach be better? I'm not sure. I can always switch between, so let's see. Yeah, I think in the normal run, we probably always wanna have that anyway. So that we can just put some. Same here. We don't have that. This might make things a little bit cumbersome though. But that API make it such that you're not even sure when you need to pass it or not. Mm, mm, mm. I mean, we can also, you know, adjust. So for sure, what we can do is, I should have probably stashed that, but whatever. We can also do up and that's gonna take yeah, we can do something like that. That's one escape without having to rewrite everything. So basically this could be run up fn that takes 0 arguments. Yep. Is that properly saved though? When you close the tears, remember someday it will all be over. Someday we're gonna get so high. Someday we're gonna get so high. By the way, we were close to the end. And I made it tonight. You and I, it was me and you. Oh, okay. That's cool. So we can actually test what panic message we get. Fail to get DB. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Fail to get DB. But we should still be able to get DB. So we don't need more parameter when we're running. Hello? 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 That's correct. You're. I'm doing amazing. How about you? That's, I don't mind. Um, it's a normal subscription plan with call, internet, and everything. An unlimited call and text. Um, Give me 1 second because I'm actually live on stream. Yeah, it is. Do I really need it? I mean, it's a nice to have. Why not? Yeah. I mean, I do call. There's WhatsApp, so that's not really like a. It's not like a real selling point. But yeah, I do travel quite a bit to the US. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. That sounds good. Yeah. So to be sure, like you're calling from what operator are you calling from? Oh, okay. Okay. Um. Yeah. I just switched away. I appreciate. Okay. I might not be able to do that because I'm actually like I'm programming live on stream now, so my attention is a little bit diverted. I apologize for that. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the call. Thanks. Bye. Failed to get DB. And we're getting that online 2227. Ouch. Failed to get DB. Are we getting the DB before we run? Then that would happen. Um, yep, this should come after the first. This should come after the first command initializes to be. So we should gain different error message. Let's do it. So we're getting a different one now. Fail to detect. Migration type. Make sure. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make that simpler so I don't have to stress myself. So this panic is mainly for me because the user would be getting locked anyway. See now? Hopefully, like implementing the up test should make the down also pretty easy, since it's just the reverse of that. We run it to latest, then we start rolling back. And when we're done with up and down, I think the next critical one would be reset. After reset, we do prune and then we do list, and maybe refactor our test a little bit, clean things up, call it a night. So yep. Okay, process. Yep. Then you can try multiple times. Okay, we can remove this. So we have our first test, which means it's gonna panic if we have initialized first. So the first case we want to test is if we actually initialize without running. Then if we initialize with run, because when you initialize without running, it should be 0 at first, but when you run after that, you should have migration within the within the database, at least the metadata. So let's see if we can use this. So let's call this like test run after init with no. So yeah, we yeah, are we initializing you? Okay, we're still trying to run generate here. Okay, init without run. That should be 0. Then after we run, the second time we're gonna run here. And so we can do what's that called? Run up command, I think. Or just up command, and then we're gonna run a function. Oh wait. On this time the database should be filled. So with run a command, we want to also pass in, let's say, to the latest. So let's do default. I'll just call it latest, whatever. So I can also have update strategy and make a converter. Is this first programming language? Yeah, it is. Shadow Knight. How you doing? Thanks for joining the stream. I'm writing Rust and I'm just writing tests for something I've been working on for a year now, and I'm planning to finish soon. I'm making a database tooling. So basically, I'm making something that doubles or triples as, of quadruples as, or an ORM, a query builder, a static raw query checker, and also a migration library, all packed into one. And right now I'm supporting a graph database called SurrealDB. No disclaimer or disclaimer. I have no affiliation with them. I'm not in communication with them. But the plan is to support all major like SQL and NoSQL databases in the future, and graph databases when things are more like mapped out in my now that things are mapped out in my mind and I know what I'm doing. Yeah. So we can actually also implement, if we want to make that easier, we can implement update strategy and pass that. I appreciate it, and thanks for joining in. Thank you. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Yeah. No, just working on this day and night. Feels crazy. Um. Yep. So, how you doing? Where are you chatting from? Slate tests. And thank you. Oh, what I used to. So if we go down here, yeah, I'm gonna see. Okay, so after this first one, we're not telling init command to run. We're getting 0 zeros, and subsequently we're running it here. And this time around, we should get at least 1 here. So let's take this down a little bit. So this time, if we're running with the default strategy, this should at least fail. This should at least fail when it gets here. This migration test. All right. Yeah, man. What's good? No, streaming. Always. Makes sense. Yeah, Mr. Bulldogs, I got a call. I'm back now. It's not muted anymore. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that, Mr. Bulldogs. How you doing today? Thanks for coming back. Thanks for joining the stream. Thanks for supporting the channel. We're actually close to 500 now. Did you see that? We've got like 6 to go. Test run after init read. Yep. So now that I've tested that, we have that out of the way. I think maybe we should try to generate a bunch of migrations. Maybe generate about 10 migrations or some, and then we can we generate those migrations. Then we can run. So let's see. Let's just copy. Okay, we don't have to do that yet. Let's take this. So what's the name of the test? Okay. Test run diff default, which is should be the test. So we're gonna init and we're gonna generate. After initting and generating, I don't think we need to do all this test because we already did that previously. I'm sorry about my flu. I already got some drugs, so hopefully I'm fully recovered by tomorrow. I really hope so, because so we can do that. These are the highlands, sun. I'm doing really well today. Actually got out of bed. You've been streaming at the perfect time for me. Just as put the kiddo to bed and I'm starting to wind down myself. Oh, that's beautiful. I was a kiddo. I was your kiddo. I think I should pop out mine too soon. I hope so. That's good. I've been great. Been down a little bit with flu, and I'm hoping that gets better. And I hope it's actually not COVID. But I got a testing kit today. I'm gonna check myself, but no, I'm good overall. It's just I actually just recovered a couple of weeks ago, and I started going to the gym properly again. Then yesterday, this all flu stuff just started, but generally I'm still like I'm kicking. I'm kicking it. Thanks for asking. I appreciate that. So, do you usually like have time for doing some programming stuff after putting your kid to sleep at night, or like are you able to mix that while your kid is still awake? Because I'm thinking what it would look like if and when I become a father, hopefully. So we just have a bunch of versions, and that's cool. That's really beautiful. How was it like being a father? How does it feel like? I always wondered what it would feel like for me. Baby, I can be. So let's leave just student, and let's have a V6 also, just so we have a bunch of variations. And this is maybe empty. Is that supported? Cool. And let's have like V7, and this would maybe take a bunch of stuff from again, pretty much. Animal eat crops. Let's take away that. Let's put in planet, and let's have consecutive empty stuff. Let's have like, just so we have a lot of variations. Let's have this as 8, and let's do 9. Maybe make this empty. Let's save that, and let's call that setup more test resources versions. next test again. Yeah, because I don't want to lose any of the progress, because my editor is messing up and I'm worried since my block cannot infer type. Yeah, I mean, you can basically have an inner type. Maybe we should just put animal here then, and maybe we could have animal also here. I guess we're gonna have that also. Yep. And technically you can leave it empty actually. So if we really wanted to do that, maybe we could have this as we already have a single stuff, so we could take that out, do some coding while they're awake, but I can get some good focus in after they've gone to bed. I'm not anybody's biodad, but I'm a stepdad to two kids. Oh, that's cool. It's fun and annoying and exhausting and all the things. I enjoy it. It helps to have someone to share workload with. Anyone who raises kids alone are absolute badasses. Wow, yeah. It's really difficult. It's tough to raise kids alone. Definitely not something I've seen myself doing a decade ago. Your stream is a great motivator to do some code. I appreciate that. I'm glad this could be a motivator for you, and you're doing a great job. You're doing an amazing job. That's really beautiful, because I've always wondered what it would be like, raising kids, taking care of them, and combining that with work. It's you. That's really cool. You're a super dad. We should make a song dedicated to you. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about being a dad. If I'm excited or terrified at the same time. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thanks. But I think lately I've actually been more, I would say, open to the idea of having a family. I've always been the kind of person that was like, I'm not sure. I know it's hard, but lately I think that is changing a little bit, because I feel like, okay, why not? It's not the end of the world. It's just, it would be nice to have have your family, and not no one yet. Like, everyone is waiting for everyone. It looks like everyone is scared of having kids. I'm even the last one, so you can imagine. And we've got four of us, all boys. No one wants to have kids. But maybe eventually. Do you have a partner where you're thinking about fatherhood? I did, but not anymore. But I'm currently in the process now. If you get what I mean. These are fairly recent stuff, actually, and it's kind of interesting how life, happens, because I feel like things went the way they did when I actually became more inclined to, having a family. So I'm sort of in a state of, so I've always been that kind of person that had like this nomadic, fugitive mindset of just, I believe I could just be anywhere, any day. I value the freedom. But at that point, I started thinking about more stability, having someone, because one thing, one thing I've always loved to do is like volunteering, just kind of finding ways to impart other people in different ways, and that's basically what I'm doing now. trying to give back to the world, to the community, and friends, acquaintances, just anywhere I am. When I was in school, I would do that. I would teach, I would mentor and do that. And I felt like having a father would help me do that better. And I would feel like I would have like someone or people that could channel um that inner me into, if you get what I mean. Yeah. But now I'm sort of in a state of mind that I could be anywhere tomorrow. So I'm settled, but I'm I'm free. So that's the upside and the downside. Yep. Just just living life a day at a time now. Till it happens. But I think when it happens now, I'll be more inclined to to settle sort of. I'm not disinclined to it anymore. But I'm still curious how that works and how you feel about it, what you think about it. Because I've never been a father. But I think it will be fun. I think so. Research. I should probably name this Research V1. What has been the most challenging thing for you about like fatherhood? Oh, I see. It's resources. Right, Lord, it really does take a village to raise these babies, uncles, and friends. You have a lot of time, patience. That is true. That is true. I feel like having that support system, whether it's from your family side or your wife's family side, would be really invaluable. You know, you might not even need a nanny if you and your partner have to do something, maybe go on a date, travel, or like go on a short trip, and you can leave your kids with people you actually trust deeply. So I feel like that would be really valuable, and that's something I'm looking forward to. So if that wouldn't be, I'm looking at the possibility of basically collocating all my siblings, and they can act as a support system if my wife will be living closer to me when I become. I mean, I need to get a girlfriend first, or if the other way would be that I would live closer to my wife's family. And I think I'm quite open to the idea of moving. Of course, I'm gonna have my own base in my own localities. I'll probably have multiple bases in different countries. Yeah, I can imagine like spending time with kids would require a lot of patience, and they're gonna try you. They're gonna try your patience. Mhm. For me, I guess I hope I'm not. This should be fail to convert to string. Romanticizing the idea, but I think it would be cool to, for example, teach my kids how to code, like music, how to play the guitar and all that. I think it would be cool. Probably I can just unwrap this, but I'm gonna leave it that way first. So are you still able to have time for yourself and do the normal stuff you used to do when you were a bachelor? What do you miss from your bachelor's days? And would you do it again if you could go back in time? Yeah. Myself, I'm learning to be more patient. I think I've always been a patient person in many aspects. And I'm patient and I'm at the same time impatient. Or maybe I would say I'm patient but not passive. I think I'm patient and proactive about life generally when it matters. But I'm still learning to be patient in some areas that matter. You know, we learn every day, we grow every day. Hopefully. Baby, I could be your birthday. La 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 la. So I can probably do resources. Yeah, I can basically use it. Dude, I think about that all the time. Where would I be if I didn't have the kids in my life? I'll definitely have more money. For sure. Yeah, kids are like, I can imagine, money drain. I mean, I'm not really in a rush. I think easily I could still wait another 5 or more years. So I'm not in a rush. If I find the right person, as much as I'm not in a rush, I really don't see much stopping me. I think I can do that already. There's nothing stopping me. I have the means and everything, and hopefully I'm trying to be a better dad myself. I'm in the process of, you know, I think I'll be a good dad, but trying to be better also, just better dad, better partner, better everything, better husband. And I think this stream is part of it, trying to satisfy my own curiosity in life, because I don't want, I'm trying to avoid a situation whereby I feel like maybe I could still do some other stuff, like satisfying my curiosity basically. Oh yeah, I can't do this way. I would have to do I would have to box this up. So I would have to box this all up. Yep. So let's see. But that's beautiful, and I wish you the best with raising the kids. Sun gonna shine in everything you do. Uh, 8, 9, 10, I could even repeat some, so you know things are not changing. Well, maybe I could make this vec, and this would be vec. Expected yeah, DB resources, dynamic, make video of game hacking. Okay, what do you mean? Like, do you mean like building games? Neon99, thanks for joining the stream. What do you mean by game hacking? Do you mean I should build game live? What kind of game would you like to see me build live? What kind of game engine? Do you want me to use Unreal, Godot, Pirate, or is it Firot? Unity, Bevy? We should build a game engine from scratch. What do you want to see? What would you like to see? I wish. Mr. Boldups. Bevy. Okay. Yeah, I could do something about Bevy. And so, okay. Only choice. Yeah, I mean, we could do something in Bevy, then use WebAssembly and run the game in the browser. Yeah, we can definitely do something in game. Maybe when I'm done with all this stuff, we can build a game for fun. What kind of game would you like to see? What kind of game? Yeah, basically I'm trying to do something like this. So return box. We can definitely return static Wazim and Bevy. Not a bad personal project. Write that down. Yeah, I think that'll be cool. You write the game in Bevy, then you just use Wazim and you can run it in the browser. We can definitely do that, but that'll be just for fun. I mean, that would be pretty neat. So I have a lot I'm planning. I'm planning to do some crazy challenge next week. Like crazy, I mean crazy challenges. I'm really excited, but I need to get me enough energy to, you know, to be ready for those challenges, because they're gonna be crazy. and I'll be coding a lot more next year. Building a lot of projects. So we could even have, for example, resources repeated. So we can generate empty migrations. Can you see it anymore or keeping it on there? Yeah, of course I can say stuff. Are you talking about the family stuff? So let's use a proper for loop for resource in resources. Then we can pretty much just do this. Oh, okay, my challenge stuff. Maybe that's my challenge. No, I just mean like doing some long hours coding. Imagine me coding for a week non-stop. Would that be crazy? Actually, we wanna iter then enumerate. So that be base name, set base name, and this would be this. What kind of mock prompt are we using? Yeah. Can we run? Yeah, kind of marathon. Yeah, it's gonna be like a marathon stuff. Wouldn't that be insane? I have different ideas that I'm playing with in my head. I'm just just waiting. I'm excited, and that's why I'm trying to get all these things out, and I think it'll be cool. I have other kind of challenges also that I'm planning. So I'm gonna kickstart the challenge, but I have bigger plans for the challenges. So next year is gonna be an interesting year. So I'm trying to. This is just like me building foundation for the things I want to do. There's this plan, right? It's like a master plan, and these are just like the little details. I wonder if they should take Python Rust dope. Yeah, there's a lot we can do. So many things, so little time. the Eve online fit into. I've actually not tried that. I'm gonna take a second. I'll be right back. Maybe I'm gonna try to use my medication for tonight, and also just clear get myself cleared a little bit. Sun's gonna shine. I wish that I knew what it feels like to be free. And I wish I can go. Sun's gonna shine in everything you do. some tracks. I don't know. Probably should turn off the light. Yep. The Eve online fitting tool. We should play with that. We should play with that. I've got this little cereal. I just use my medication and try to clear my I'm eating baby food. If you're looking for topics to cover, I'm currently reading up on smart pointers, but I have no clue how to use box or RC effectively in code. For sure, I can give you some idea. So basically, you use box when you want to do like dynamic dispatch. Yeah, I just did. So when you're trying to do dynamic dispatch, that's when you use box. I mean, so what do I mean by that? Basically, an example without going even too technical. Let's say that's actually similar to what I'm trying to do here, right? So I can explain box to you quickly. Mainly for two things. But if you're boxing something, basically you're putting that stuff in the heap. Yeah, so it will be heap allocated. So if you've got like let's say you have a number called 5, normally 5 will be stored on the stack, right? Or even if you've got like nums, you've got nums blah blah blah, this will also be stored on the stack, right? However, if you want this to be stored in the heap, in then you can do, if you want it to be heap allocated, you can do box num. So now this is gonna be heap allocated. That's one. But the more important stuff with boxing is actually doing dynamic dispatch. Yeah, so that's what I'm about to explain. So when you're having an array or a vector, let's say we have like buttons, and normally we could have only one type of button, right? Because when you're storing something in an array or a vector, you can only store like a single type, right? So let's say we have a structure button, right? With this you can do btn1, btn1, then btn2, right? An array only allows you to store this, right? But what happens when you want to store buttons of different types? So let's say you have let's take this further. Let's say you have big button or whatever it is, and you've got like Christmas button or Canadian button, and you've got the American let's say Texas button, and what, like you've got Colorado button. Like if we wanted it to be expandable. What do you mean by expandable? I think I probably I've been using sets up till this point, so I'm very interested in this. Yeah. So basically there are two ways you can get around this kind of scenarios, right? So you can implement a common trait. So let's say the button, you just want them to click, right? So you can have a trait called click, right? And or you can call it clickable. So what do you do now? You can implement clickable for every one of them. So you can do implement, let's do implement the default, so we don't have to implement for everything manually. So you can do implement clickable blah blah blah, implement clickable blah blah blah, do the same thing, Texas button. Yeah, it's known at runtime, because it stores the v table with the lookup. So if you have this kind of scenario, then you can do, so first, before we even try anything, if you're trying to, you can't do something like if b, let's just to explain my point, if you have something like this, let's go on a little tangent here. Let's say we've got big button and Canadian button. Now this is gonna throw an error, because a vector should have it should either be one of those. So there are 2 or 3 ways you can get around this. The first way is you can use an enum. So you can define an enum and say buttons, and which, so the first way is to do this, right? So if you know that it's an exhaustive list and it's not a ridiculous amount of an exhaustive list, right? Enum is actually a very cool way. So this way you don't have to heap allocate that stuff. One, if it's not, I mean, if you're already having like string, I don't mean string literal. If you're having string and all those already heap allocated stuff, it's already heap allocated. But imagine if you have like just a basic primitive number. And enums give you more, I'll say, power in modeling your data. So you can use an enum, and so you can do something like, if you're gonna use an enum, then this could be, let's say, rather than do that, BT1 would be BTN's big button, and you get the gist. And this would be you don't even have to do this because there's no data included in this, and you can always use a struct pattern. So you can do something like, let me do it for the first one so Copilot can potentially help us. We can do big button. We can leave it as a unit member, or we can use something like this. Let's say whatever it is, we can have it here, but let's leave it as a unit number here. So let's say we've just got those two. So basically here we can do BT1 can be big button, then the second one can be big. Right, so this is one alternative of resolving this. So this kind of situation, we're getting, because this is still a single type, right? So that's one way you can solve this. But when you have like a limitless, non-exhaustive list, then dynamic dispatch is the way to go. So that's when you can use boxing. Then we're going to go to reference counting and atomic reference counting. Basically, reference counting conceptually and atomic reference counting are the same thing, right? It allows for interior mutability, and I'm going to get to that. So you can use cell, then you can use reference count, and you can have atomic reference count. But for different contexts. So basically, atomic reference count is just the counterpart of reference count that implements send and sync. So you can use that in a multi-threaded context, right? So this is one way you can get around this. The other way you can do it is, let's say we've got something like this. It's gonna error now because there are two concrete types, different concrete types, and you cannot store two different types within an array, right? So one way you can do that is to box them. So you can box one, because the types have the size and whatever, it stores the capacity, the size, and what was the third one? The pointer. And those things need to be known at compile time, but to get around that, you can then box them up. And so in this case, you can even do, so you can say it's a vector of, now since they have a common trait, so you can say like dynamic, what was the trait name? Clickable, right? So in this kind of situation, you can oh, of course, box. So we can do box. Oh, my editor is really messing me up, and I don't want to spend time configuring it. So you can do something like this, and now let's say we try to iterate over this, right? We can, from Rust, whatever version, we don't need to explicitly do .iter, but now we can do click, right? This is now able to store it. So that's one. So reference count works in a similar fashion, but what it allows you to do is allows you to share, have a multiple mutable, because in Rust, right, within the same scope, you cannot have like multiple mutable reference, right? So reference counting allows you to get around that. I believe that's the similar way that Python works under the hood. So anytime, the way it does that is that anytime you get a reference to the original data, it's incrementally it internally increments the counter. Like, so the first reference is gonna be 1, the second is gonna be 2, the third is gonna be 3. Then anytime they go out of scope, it's gonna decrement until they get to 0. Then it can deallocate that. However, what our reference counting allows you to do is to mutate the data. You have like shared reference to the same data, but you're allowed to mutate the data. So basically, you're getting around the compiler now. You're telling the compiler, I know what I'm doing. Let me mutate this data. There is no race condition in this place, right? So I can mutate this data in multiple places. However, it's still gonna panic, but now it's not gonna do this at compile time, right? So it basically moves the error, like shared mutable reference error, from compile to runtime, right? And atomic reference count is basically reference count, but I implement send and sync, which means it can be used, it can be sent, the data can be sent across thread, and it can also be shared, right? So that's the basic difference. So if you're using, for example, atomic reference counting, if you're only going to be sharing without changing the data, mutating it, you can just wrap the data with arc. But if you're going to be mutating, then you can use mutex. So that when you access the data from a thread, you have to hold a lock to the data, so that when another thread tries to mutate the data, it knows that it's locked, and all these things are done at compile time, which is beautiful. However, you can still have deadlock when a thread forgets to release it. I think parking lot gets around this using some kind of approach. So we are just saying a type that implements clickable with dynamic dispatch. Yep, somehow, yeah. So, I hope I did drink water. So you get the idea. Yeah, but I went on a tangent. But that's the general idea of dynamic dispatch. So you can use it also in multiple contexts when you want to basically run. You want to have different kind of concrete types within the context, right? Like I just showed you now. Big button is different from Canadian button, right? But since they both implement the clickable, we can use that, right? Thanks for the demo. I can play around with it. Yeah, you should. Atomic reference counting is atomic. What do you mean by blocking in this context? So I believe if you're using atomic reference count, if you're not mutating the data, basically you don't have a mutex, mutual exclusion. There is no need for any thread to hold a lock, since they're not changing the data, they're just accessing the data. So if that's what you mean, then they shouldn't be blocking other threads from accessing the data, since there is no mutation. It means you're just reading the data. If the data is not going to change during the life cycle, then there is no need to block anything. So what are we up to now? So there's another approach I was gonna explain to you, and I use that quite a bit in this project. Um, I use every approach I've just explained, but there's another approach. We don't have to go into it now. It's an interesting approach that I use, and I'll do a demo. But I think the first two I explain does most of the things you would have to do. Yeah, if you're gonna mutate the data, then that's when you use mutex. Mutex means that okay, I'm trying to change the data that I'm sharing across this thread, right? So it means that when a thread is trying to mutate the data, they have to first hold a lock to the data. Holding a lock means that, well, when another thread tries to access that data, they see that it's locked, so they check back, right? And um, but if you're not going to be mutating the data, there is no need for you to use mutex, and you shouldn't be using it because it's going to be hurting performance. And also, if you're sure you're using, you're working within a single-threaded context, you shouldn't try to use arc. Just use reference counting, because using atomic reference counting comes with an extra overhead, to guarantee the thread safety. I hope that clears some of your confusion. Yep. Yep. Ouch. Mutex. Yep. 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 Um, I think that's. I'm happy to hear that. And there is also concept of deadlock, like I mentioned earlier. So it's a problem when if two threads are trying to mutate the same data, right? So this could lead to race condition, right? If they're trying to mutate the data at the same time. But Rust doesn't prevent you from having deadlock. However, I think parking lock has the some kind of like deadlock detection algorithm. Parking lot is just almost a drop-in replacement for um, the standard mutex, whatever. When you're trying to add a field to a struct and we're not known at compile time. Yeah, I mean it depends on what you're trying to do. In some cases, all the fields in the struct need to be known at compile time, and in some cases it's not necessary. So one case would be if you're trying to implement copy, then all the fields need to be stack allocated, right? Because it means you can do stack stack by stack copy of the data, um, because it's cheap, right? But if it's heap allocated, then you have to clone explicitly, because cloning is expensive, because you're cloning the stack information where you're storing information about the size, length, size, capacity, and the pointer, and also where the data is in the heap, right? But if everything is stored in the stack, then it's easy to copy, and that's why. So, for example, if you have something like no, yeah, Rust doesn't prevent deadlock, but there are libraries that implement deadlock detection. And one of them is called parking lot. I can just mention parking lot. Like where you park your car. Yeah, that's what I mean. So if you do like let a equals 1, I can also do let b equals a. The reason you're able to do this is basically it's copying a to b because it's cheap. A is um a is 1, which is a copy, it's stored on the stack. So I can still do like c, and it shouldn't complain that it has been moved. Oh. Right? The reason is when I'm assigning this, it's actually copying, right? Because this is of type i32. I32 should implement copy because it's stored on the stack. But if this would be a string, because it's stored on the heap, it's gonna complain. It's gonna move instead, right? So it's gonna be moved here, and this is gonna complain. If it, let's try to comment this out. Let's do it out here. Yeah, my editor is really messing up. Woo. Anyway, if my editor wouldn't be messing up, this will complain because A would have been moved here and we're trying to use it here. The reason is because I think C by default automatically clones in this kind of scenario, but because cloning is expensive, Rust wants you to make it explicit, so you would have to actually say this, right? But if this were to be a stack allocated primitive, you can just assign and assign multiple times because it implements copy and it automatically calls the copy. But because cloning is expensive, it doesn't do it by default. So for you to be able to use a data across thread, it should implement send and sync, right? Sending and synchronizing. So you should be able to send it from one thread to another thread. Then you should be able to synchronize the data across. Yeah, it's a nice one. Welcome. Actually, you know what? I don't think this is what it. Let's do. I could also explain this difference between implement and dynamic. You're welcome. Yeah, these are the kind of things I'm looking to, distill in my courses and my books. Mm, I hope And when you're using dynamic dispatch, you have to use it with a reference. So it could be normal reference, it could be box, it could be atomic reference count, it could be reference count, right? Because so many times do I not care about the type. I mostly just want to. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, if you want your, and I do that a lot in this project. If you want your functions to be very flexible, you're gonna be using a lot of traits, right? Because putting concrete type, even not using normal, you could using things just as simple as into, from, trying to, they make your functions a lot as ref, the ref this, the ref mute, they make your functions a lot more flexible to use. And also more composable. What do you think about this stream? Should I do it every day? My editor really isn't allowing me to enjoy programming. Oh, that's great. I appreciate it. I mean, I could do this. There's nothing stopping me from doing this every day because I literally work every day. There's hardly a day I don't work, and maybe sometimes it may not be as refined. You know, I just like to be comfortable. I may not have the best camera and best lighting, but at least we're gonna be working. No, it's fine. It's nice to have that. It's nice to have that break. Uh, Sometimes you do a lot of focus work. The reason why I'm slowing down a little bit now is first my editor is messing up, and I'm just mindlessly writing some tests. Yeah, that's what I've been doing all these years. I've been coding for companies, but now I'm trying to code more for myself. You get what I mean? I don't want to have to change it everywhere. So let's. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. We can just copy paste. Copilot is gonna do that anyway. I mean, it does it different. It does. I mean, I've been at a meeting at work before where there were probably, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 or more engineers who were just there for hours discussing linting in TypeScript. And within my mind, I was like, I could build an entire MVP while we're discussing what linter we should use or the linter rules. Those things just don't really matter that much. Just choose something and go. Yeah, that's so true. And I actually have a video coming out soon. Then I'm planning to discuss some of these things, right? So I got to a point at one of my jobs, right? A job. So I got to this point where I, even though I was doing very basic work, right? I wouldn't say basic. No, it wasn't basic, but compared to what I was doing in my own personal project, right? So at my day job, I would write Python, write TypeScript. I did some front end. I was basically doing everything. I did front end, back end. I did infrastructure. So I was pretty familiar with our system. I'll write um, some libraries for other engineers to use for our infra and other stuff, and even our backend. Um, and these were like Python and TypeScript, sorry. But I got to a point where by even writing the most basic stuff, I I wasn't having that drive to work on. It felt really mundane to me. I didn't feel like I was having fun. I wasn't challenged, and due to some other stuff. But so that would be during my day job. So I got to a point where, and maybe I was just burnt out. Um, I would really, I know what to do. I like once I get into the flow, I could do everything I needed to do in 10 minutes. Right, I had clarity, clear mind, but just to push my fingers to actually do, my brain would just block me. But in the evening, when I would pick up my projects, I was working with Rust. When I would pick up my project, my brain would just be in like, I don't know, it would be in lighting mode, thunder mode. Yeah. Yeah, there was really nothing to challenge me. The language wasn't fun to me. I didn't mind doing the work. I didn't mind at all. But I was just like, at that point, um, it was just more important to me to do. I mean, the business comes first, of course, but I also want to have fun building stuff. I want to do like, I want to do cool stuff. I just don't want to, you know. Yeah, so I'm sure some people can relate to that. I mean, this project that I'm working on is way more complex than anything I ever worked on at any of my job. But I have so much fun doing it. Like nothing at any of my job even comes closer in terms of scope, complexity, any by any metric. None of them come closer. It's in a much more interesting, much more complex language. It's much more low level stuff, but I have so much more fun doing it. I enjoy it. So, like, I came to this conclusion that doing the easy stuff is actually the difficult thing because it's the easy stuff that makes you feel unfulfilled. Because as humans, I think we are meant to challenge ourselves. We want to be challenged. If it's meaningful and that gives you like sense of purpose, um, you want to push yourself. And when you find yourself, and especially still maybe when I have like my family and I'm much older, that could change. I don't see that changing because I genuinely like what I do. Maybe my mind might change about some of those things, but I just don't see that happening. So I just felt at that point that, well, the best way to get around this is to just blaze my own trail and do my own thing. And yeah, and being able to have your own direct impact on projects. I've been working on this, doing this kind of project at my company. Like you might, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have even started. You go back and forth, write some design docs, which are important. They are good, right? Especially RFCs. Hold like 50 million meetings with the product manager, product this, blah blah blah, project manager, the team. On like, I just wanna build stuff, put them out, talk to customers. I want to have direct interaction with people that I'm building stuff for. I I want to see how they're using it. I want to see how it's solving their problem. I want to see the pain points, and I want to iterate. I don't want to wait for perfection. I don't want to hold like 50 million meetings for 3 years before I even write hello world. I just want to build, put it out, get feedback from the market. It's shitty, okay? It's good. People like it. What can we do better? What can we improve? Iterate, learn, iterate. Like, not just hold all these meetings and you know PowerPoints, Excel. No, I just want to build, and I want to solve problem. I I'm a problem solver. That is what like gives me fun. I don't really care about all these corporate processes and stuff. I don't mind. It has to be done sometimes, but I just want to build stuff. I want to solve problems, and I also want to be able to see how that impacts the people I'm building for directly, and get feedback from them directly. So that's basically um, some of the things that have been running through my mind. Yeah, it is. You totally get it, right? So like building tools that enable other dev to build other stuff, even possibly other tools, and that's why I'm even exposing some lower level stuff. So maybe you can build some scripting stuff, some CLI stuff on this. Um, I was building a lot of like dev tools for myself, and I thought like why not share them because they're actually making my life easier. So now Trust, for example, does static checking of your Tailwind classes. Someone already wants to use it for their own library, and that actually reminds me, I need to. So I'm trying to implement some conditionals. Yeah, and I can show you that Trust if you haven't seen it. And in the first quarter of next year, I'm planning to do proper launch or launches for this project. So I'm just generally excited. For me, every day when I stand up with excitement out of the bed because I know I'm about to work on something that gives me, that feeling that I'm doing something meaningful. I don't want to just spend my days trying to act like, I mean, I'm working, but I don't want to act like it. I want to actually work. I want to build stuff. I want to do stuff. I don't want to pretend like I'm working or try to look for what you're gonna say in your next dailies or spend waste time on retrospectives, like things that are not adding value to the products. I don't want to waste time on them. If it's not solving the customer's problem directly, I understand when you're scaling, when you're in the corporate world, you need to scale the team, you need to work with teams and stuff. But I want to build stuff, and if I'm working with other people, I don't want excessive proper processes. I want direct communication, instant, and build. Like we need to build something now. I don't want us to wait for 1 year doing meetings, traveling all around just to talk about what we want to do. I want us to actually do what we want to do. So I'm pretty much like a hands-on person. You get what I mean? Um, so if we run, um, Yep, yep, yep. Da 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 da. I can do one. So if we run this now, let's see what we get. We know what we got. This should fail because first the latest should be, let's close that. The latest should actually be this, then, and this with an underscore. Let's first test that. That's a good and bad thing about Rust standard library and ecosystem. There's space for anyone who is interested and driven enough to come in and make it that feels an important. Absolutely, and that was actually something else that that's something else that is beginning to occur to me more and more. So when I started all these projects, I wasn't actually planning to build dev tools. I was planning to build like my own end user software, right? So renaming. This is happening on line 51 because we're trying to rename twice. So we need to make this work. I think we're trying to do that on, where was that? Yeah. So animal v2, that's a rename. Planet v2. Okay, this is double renaming. It's gonna complain. I think that's probably where it's happening. Yeah. So basically, I wanted to build normal software, and I didn't want to feel limited by the language. JavaScript is single threaded. If I needed to do CPU intensive stuff, I wouldn't be using JavaScript nor even Python. Granted, there are things like NumPy that they bind C and blah blah blah. But I started working in Rust. I had the same thing in TypeScript. I actually started writing some dev tools in TypeScript. I never open sourced them. I still have some of them. I might still open source them. But I started working in Rust because I'm doing I'm writing some stuff starting some infrastructure project stuff also in Rust. But basically, as I started saying like the tools, even though it seems like this is mature, they are not as either intuitive. The APIs are not as intuitive as I would expect them to be. They have like rough edges and stuff. The OAuth ecosystem, I think it could be so much better. The database could be so much better, and that's what I'm trying to solve now. And there's so many things that I can build. You know, when you're using TypeScript and you're able to use a lot of interesting stuff, you're able to extend an interface, you're able to pick, you're able to omit all those things. Those things can exist in Rust. Granted, Rust favors composition, so you can use things like Saturday flat, but I can support things like pick, omit that TypeScript supports also. Very possible. And I have like clear pathway. I just need time and energy. Yeah, but the latest here should be migration 10 gen, not um I'm just trying to you see that. Coming from Python, the cluster features that's very familiar. The metagenia. Yeah, I mean Python. You have things like map, but not as you can't at least not the standard library, not in the chain fashion. You can use that with lambda functions. But yeah, TypeScript supports that more. I kind of like it though. I mean the TypeScript approach. We are having so much issue with this that I think I will just switch to VS Code. Okay, right. I was expecting 12. That passes now. It means running to latest now works. Because yeah, we've generated, this will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. Absolutely. Like you can just change a bunch of stuff and it still looks very readable. To me, it feels like magic. I mean, I'm pretty happy with Rust. It does everything I need it to do, and at least I'm very confident that viably I can do anything I want with Rust. And if the library doesn't exist, if it's not gonna be like very ridiculously large, I'm gonna implement it. So that having that confidence in a language, I think is very valuable. I can call this generate test migration. It has to be async. Yeah, actually, I posted that on LinkedIn some months ago that I'm gonna write my own compiler. Yeah, but I guess I have a lot of ideas actually. I just need time. um, yeah, I have some ideas for some compiler actually, and in the future, that's a very possible path I might be going with this, especially when I'm trying to build like that Django like experience. That would be sick. That would be sick. Generic lifetime. I wouldn't say I struggled with it. I didn't really struggle with it. Generic lifetime. And also, especially when I'm still trying to get clarity, I just try to avoid lifetime altogether because, I mean, at the end of the day, lifetimes are generics, right? And they pollute your code. So I try to avoid that whenever possible. Except I'm trying to squeeze out every last bit of performance out of it. Guys, we're about to hit 500. We have 2 to go to hit 500. Mr. Bulldogs, do you think we're gonna hit 500 subs before this stream ends? So we've got 492 subscribers now, and we have 2 to go to reach 500. Can you create 1,000 more accounts for us to reach our goals? I'm just kidding. Let's see, we can do it. That was so cool because it feels like yesterday when I just started streaming my work, and now having amazing people like yourself. It's really nice. I'm excited for the community we're building. Let's go. And maybe we'll even start having our own physical like get together conference. Yeah, let's do that for me. I'm just kidding. I'm actually planning my own conference. I think it will be cool. So it'll be nice. Let's build a community. I'm excited. I'm a polyglot. So it doesn't matter if you're working with Rust, you're working with Python, you're working with Java, you're working with Golang, you're working with Ruby, you're working with R, you're working with TypeScript, you're working with JavaScript, you're working you're working with Haskell and Elixir. I'm here for you. Or you're working with front end, back end, you're doing infrastructure work, Kubernetes, AWS. I'm here for you. Let's build a community. Let's try to see if we can hit the 500 subs. Because I started a little bit too late today. I started maybe at basically in the evening, and I was kind of like tired, especially with the sickness. I'm excited because these tests are obviously very important. It means I have very high confidence on this code base, that things are not just gonna be breaking randomly, because I don't want them to. We're gonna be sure that things are working as they should. Let's do it. 500. Actually, just noticed before this stream started, I think we were at 493, 494. So we've gained about 4, 5. Maybe one day we'll be celebrating 1 million, 5 million, 10 million. So for this, it's failing now because why doesn't this was just passing, so it's not able to detect migration. I think I know why. So there's this issue, right? When you're using this term there, it actually drops when the stuff goes out of the scope, right? So it's gonna drop the directory. It's, when you get here, it automatically, it uses the drop stuff, and drops the directory when it goes out of scope. But maybe a way we can get around this rather, is to take it as an argument. So we do temp there. I think you can even do where, I don't know, we could take a path buff, right? So rather than putting this here, we can just do, actually we can call this mark there right away. Right there. So yeah, we're gonna do this, make the mode. The Rust community needs some more advanced content like this. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, let's bring out the advanced content. Exactly, like things like procedural macros, declarative macros, um, parallel or concurrent programming. When you read all these Rust book, they just touch on them briefly. On every Rust book, Rust programming in Rust, Rust for restorations, your official Rust book, they just touch on it briefly. But those are the very important one. So we should definitely, and I'm excited to be part of this. Hey, Lekwa, Lekwa, am I correct? What's up? How's your work today? Work is going great. I'm having a great time with Mr. Bulldops, and earlier today, we had also, who joined us earlier today, Sheriff Organgton, Shadow Knight, and also I believe Neon 99. Work is going great. We're making progress. We are now testing the up migration, which I'm excited about. So what happens? Let's try to run this now. Woo! I told you. So if you don't understand all these nuances, it could bite you in the feet. You don't understand that the file is dropped. Let's refresh. Woo! We have one to go. We have one more sub to go to get to 500, and woo! So this is running to latest basically. But you know what else we could do? We can run the snapshots for these, but we'll come back to that. So let's call this to abstract test make file gen to a function. So we have one more sub to get to 500. So basically, let's try another scenario here. So let's just call this T1. We'll change all these things. We'll call this T2. So let's say we're trying to run yeah, it says to latest, right? But what if we try to do to number, let's say 5? So it means this should now be um yeah, I changed to VS Code because my Neovim was messing up and I don't want to waste time on configuration, debugging, or fixing. Yeah, I can show you the error. So here we're trying to do N5. Mind you, initialization, okay, that doesn't matter. So this should now be 5. Let's run it first. This should be 5. It's probably gonna complain that they should be make gen 5 or something. Let's run it. I don't miss VS Code honestly, but I just want to build, so I don't want to waste time on fixing my new Vim. So as you can see, this is expecting 3. I will put in 10. But I'm saying number 5, so we probably should be getting more than that. But anyway, let's do 3 first. Three. Line 6 to 4, basically this. It's saying it's expecting 10. Or let's try it first. Yeah, maybe we can try it later after writing a little bit more tests, right? Six to 4. So let's see if we hit 500 already. We're close. We have one more to go. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. So 624 is basically this. Expected base name normalized, and that's supposed to be the latest. How do you feel about TDD in Rust or TDD in general? You know, it's interesting. I coined this time. I was actually gonna post something on LinkedIn 2 days ago called PDD, not Puff Daddy, but passion driven development. So what do I feel about TDD? I think TDD is fine. Yeah. But I think TDD probably makes the most sense when you're writing unit tests, and the scope of the test is very well defined. So you want to write a test that does like calculate, like add. This does one thing and returns this, right? So you can write a test for it and do the implementation, right? That's fine. I guess like some people just came up with all these terms just to make money and sell books. It doesn't really matter. Like all these TDDs, blah blah blah, they really don't matter when you're writing real software, real life software that other people use, because Just follow your intuition. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm pretty sure when you're going to go through this code base I've been working on for a year now, you'll find almost all the design patterns you can think of: adapter pattern, factory pattern, blah blah blah. But I'm not thinking about design patterns when I'm working. I don't pursue the design patterns. I let them ensue. I don't pursue. They ensue. Like, you work, you think about the API, especially when you're writing tests. You think about it better. You understand the scope better. You refactor, and all these things just kind of like, as a natural part of the process, they just kind of evolve. So all this, like, try, let me do TDD, they don't really mean anything in this grand scheme of things. The most important thing is that you're writing tests, especially for the critical components, like I am doing now. But for what I'm doing now, it's impossible to do TDD. Yeah, your life is gonna be so frustrated because this is integration test. It's complex, and also there are a lot of moving parts. I'm redefining a lot of things as I'm writing the test, right? So, um, in the grand scheme of things, basically, things like whether or not you're doing TDD don't matter. When you're working on a specific part of this code, right, or chunk of the code, you just think about what you need at that point. Would it help me to write tests for this tiny function I'm about to do? If it does, then write it. If you feel like it's gonna get in your way, just implement what you're doing and write tests after that. Like, um, there is no one size fits all. It depends on the individual, and it also depends on. So I'm talking in terms of absolute and relative. It depends on you as an individual compared to someone else, but it also depends on your mood, your flavor, your feeling at that point in time. Like, maybe today you feel like you want to write a lot of TDD. Later you just want to implement, right? Then you write tests later. But especially when you're doing a lot of experimentation, TDD can also be helpful. But when you're using a strongly typed language like Rust, you really don't have to stress yourself with that as much. Assuming you have feelings about TDD, true, well-defined scope seems like it's really important. I've tried to use TDD, and it doesn't go. No, it doesn't go. When you know what you're doing, it's well-defined now. You have clarity. You can do TDD, but you shouldn't pursue TDD. Just write tests, like write tests that matter. Test the happy path, but also um, test the sad path. Okay, I'm waiting for us to hit 500. I'm getting pretty tired because I started late today and because of my sickness. Should I chill a little bit? Maybe I should. I'll just be reading comments. Let's chat a little bit. I'm gonna open my Neovim, then read comments while I take a rest. I'll be reading comments on my phone. So if Lekua can see this, you would notice that I'm having this problem with my Neovim, with the error popping up every second. Now it's even popping up every minute. I don't want to spend time debugging it. So let's just relax, and maybe I'm gonna sleep off, and you guys are gonna hear me mumbling in my sleep. But at least you're gonna witness my coding journey on cuts, building open source projects and stuff. I'm actually getting really tired. I'm supposed to shower before I sleep because I struggle to sleep if I don't shower immediately before sleeping, even if I might have showered just an hour before. I'm getting a little bit drowsy, so it helps to just chill. Maybe in the meantime, Lekua can also help me check and debug the error showing on my screen. Maybe we need to disable something. 2020 is gonna start with a very soft man. Thanks, I appreciate it. I hope we don't have to wait until 2020. I hope we're gonna get to the 500 tonight. Yeah, I'm excited because to tell you what, haven't shared my I haven't shared my YouTube channel on any platform, right? So these are just organic. You guys have just found me organically. I haven't posted my channel on anywhere. I have a reason, but I'm planning to do so soon. And I would appreciate if you guys can also help in that pursuit of letting people know about my channel, and hopefully people can get value. I'm gonna start posting a lot of videos, and on this channel we want to focus on the things that matter, that other channels, books don't really touch on very well. They just, you know, they just touch on them briefly because those are the things that are actually difficult to parse, learn, and also teach. It takes time. It takes a lot of effort to create content for those things. But I want us to focus on the things that are difficult, right? Or things that are interesting. Thank you. It feels good. Feels good to have this community, to have amazing people like you in the community. Yeah, we're about to hit 500. We have 4 people online now. Some of them are probably gonna leave because I'm not typing anymore. But that's because I'm human also, and sometimes I get tired and I feel sleepy. I'm actually not tired in the sense of tired. Maybe I'm a little bit fatigued because of the sickness. We have 1 to go. Then we have 500. If I started earlier today, early enough, I think I would have finished everything. Because the rest are just basically, the most important one is building the foundation, the templates, and I've done that with Init and Generate. They allowed me to learn a lot about the APIs and what user might expect, and I hope I'm not going to the point where I'm speaking coherently. And it feels like I'm drunk. Yeah, it does feel good. Honestly, I'm feeling tired. I was hoping for us to get the 500th subscriber on stream before I call it a night. I might come back tonight, but I feel like I need to at least nap. I need it so bad. Yeah, it feels good. La, 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 la. So good. Let's try to get to 500 sub tonight. Then I can take a little break. Because I'm also trying to make my sickness not deteriorate. We have 1 more to go. Then I think I'll take a break here. I probably have to figure out my Neovim, because working with VS Code is gonna be so much pain. Yeah, so we're just chatting while I'm taking a break. We're waiting for us to get to. We're just joining the stream. We're waiting for us to get 500 stream. 500 subscriber. So we do some confetti stuff. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So my plan was actually to finish the test today, but I started so late because of my sickness. I had to go get some stuff. But tomorrow I would really like to be done with all this stuff, be done with everything. There are about 2 things I need to still add to this ORM for it to be ready for alpha launch. So I'm looking at alpha launch for next month ish. Tell me, what would you guys like to see on this channel? What would you like to see? What kind of videos? And also, yeah, what kind of tools do you want me to build? What kind of things, dev tools or just projects do you want me to build? Let me know. Let me know the kind of projects you want to see on this channel. And what kind of languages would you like to see? Because we're not going to be doing Rust alone. Let's refresh. Let's try. Okay, we're still. Maybe we're not gonna hit 500, and that's fine. Hello everyone, you were just joining this stream. We've been writing tests, but now I'm taking a break, waiting for us to get to 500 subscribers. Then maybe I'll call it a night, or at least take some break. I feel like napping at least. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's nice to also see the process, the process of going from nothing to something that people can actually use. And I kind of like the fact that I've not made my stream very refined, so you can actually see how I truly work. Thank you, I appreciate that, Mr. Boda. Yeah, it's nice to document all this. I wish I would have been documenting this months since I started all this stuff. I'm glad that I've been streaming just like the normal way I'm gonna work. I don't use external monitors. I use my 14-inch maxed out M1 MacBook, and I work on my bed. I work on my couch. I work pretty much everywhere on the island. I don't have like a conventional way of working, so I hope people can find, some people at least can find that refreshing. Yeah, I'm starting this cloud project like I mentioned. I'll be streaming all that also online, so people can see and learn. And for all the projects we're gonna be doing, for all the courses, they will be project based. So you learn by building, And actually it's more going to be like, okay, let's build this open source project. We can build maybe just a part of it rather than everything. So you're going to go beyond all this contrived example of animal eats, cat sneezes, but like actually see uh, how you can use Rust to solve problems, um, to build apps, to build dev tools, to how to come up with new ideas and solve those problems. Yeah, and I like the fact that you mentioned the rationale thing, because you know every solution you have to have a reason behind it, because usually they have alternative approaches. So why are you doing it this way? I think that answering that why is important, is key. Yeah, yeah. You could be the first extreme outdoor coding worker. That would be sick. I've been thinking about things like that, you know, because I'm planning some road trips, to some national parks and stuff. But imagine coding from the mountains. I'll go to Kilimanjaro, coding from there. You know, like this style of streaming actually started like maybe unplanned. It's like a serendipity, and I think I might actually make it my own signature, my kind of like way. Um, but maybe some people are not gonna like it. Yeah, of course, definitely. Some people might prefer having proper setup. Me sitting on my proper coding chair, proper lighting, proper camera, and everything. But I like this approach of people seeing me in my own natural habitat, and how I solve problems, seeing the challenges, the struggles, the sometimes like now I'm tired. When you see the project, you might feel like, oh, I'm working a lot, and I'm working a lot, but I also get tired. Sometimes I get sleepy. Sometimes I get maybe demotivated for that single moment. But how can I stream this stuff if I'm scuba diving though? If I'm climbing mountains, maybe I could use Starlink. I don't think we're gonna eat 500 before the stream ends. What do you think? It's 9:51 p.m. What time is it over there? What time is it at your place? I can't get closer to that for that. Yeah, I think we're just gonna round it off and assume and pretend 499 is 500. Also, we have just 1 hour difference. That's cool. That is cool. Yeah. sun's gonna shine in everything you do. So, Mr. Bulldogs, um, tell me, like, make some demands for courses and books. What would you like to see? I know you've mentioned like project based, but some exact, like, more specific stuff, things you think. If I make a course, of course, I'm making a lot of free materials also. I change it to something more comfy. Don't tell anyone, please. Just let's pretend we have 500. Hey. So, like, what would you like to see? Um, what would you find useful? I'm gonna be making a lot of free materials, free projects, free tools. But would you would you pay for a course if I made one? What kind of course would you pay for? What would you be willing to pay for the course? Because all this stuff I'm doing, I'm spending. I've been working on this project now for a year continuously. Of course, it's free work, but I'm excited to be doing it. But at some point, I think I'll also have some paid content, of course, to make it sustainable. Was in web app dev. Oh, definitely. I actually have this plan also. Was in web app dev. Hmm. Okay. That's so was in web app dev. Okay. So like full stack, right? Full stack development. Maybe I can also do mobile. Yeah. I think that's also a nice niche that is not very well uh, explored. Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, I've been thinking about making courses on that, so I can teach you the different frameworks and how to use them. Leptos, Dioxos, U, a bunch of others, Sycamore, then even the low level wasn't Bingen, GS6, um, even using some GUI libraries. Yeah, that would actually be cool. That'd be cool. I'll start preparing the materials. This project is almost done. I'm really excited. How many hours would you want the course to be? How many hours are you willing to watch? Pay $20 to $40 for a project specific course. Where they finished almost the finished project at the end. That's cool. Okay, so let's learn Wazin by building an app or a cross-platform app. Let's learn this by building a mobile app. Let's learn macro by building a macro library. Let's learn testing by writing tests for a specific library. So testing macros, um, yeah, things like that. But I feel like it would be better probably to have all this in separate courses because macros is a very large topic in Rust. You can have an entire book on it. Uh, Testing also, I think, is worth separating so you can focus on like learning. I don't think we're gonna hit 499. Yeah, thanks for giving me those ideas and feedback. I'll put that into consideration. I'm gonna take a screenshot now. Yeah, once I'm done with this project, I'll start making those courses because they take time too. Yeah, 10 to 15 hours sound like a good idea to me. I mean, it also depends. If I don't have much to say after 5 hours, there's no need to stretch it unnecessarily to 15. But of course, we can always do more projects to help drive home the point. So even if the actual learning takes like 5 hours in the course, then I can spend other times like just do different projects. Yeah. But I fully expect to work more than that. Yeah, of course, you can. So the beauty of it is you will be able to add more to it, remove, like make it your own. But the my main goal would be to give you a very solid foundation to build on. To have the confidence to start working in that domain. So when you take the course on macro, you feel more confident to start implementing your own macros first in your own applications. You're building with Rust or like building tooling also. And you'll be able to build tools using your application, help you think about complex problems using Rust and how to solve them. Um, Working with channels in real life, you know, whether it's MP, um, MPMC, like multiple producer, multiple consumers, MPSC, single consumers, one shots, all those things, how to use them in practice. It'd be nice. So, do you want to see Rust alone on this channel, or would you like to see some other stuff? Channels, yeah. Channels, using mutex, uh, implementing a work stealing scheduler. Um, yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. I feel. Yeah, I think we could start with different topics because each topic is quite broad enough to have a standalone course. Then there's gonna be another course putting them together. Maybe we could build like a database engine, or we could build a mini operating system, or like another thing we could do is implement consensus algorithms like maybe raft paxos and stuff. Or maybe that might be too much for many people. Yeah, for sure. I've been using Rust, and the beauty of it is at least I've tried Rocket, I've tried Arctics. I think at least I tried, was it 3 4 or something, 2 3 different versions. I've tried Axum, I've tried Poem, I've tried, what else? Yeah. Yeah. Hey, yeah, that'd be really cool. That'd be cool. And maybe that might develop into a full-fledged project. I don't think we'll ever reach 500 tonight. My energy is tending towards 0. Would you like to see another language on this channel? I know Rust already had a lot of algos built in, but maybe some re-implement of some more powerful. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I actually like that about Rust. In other languages, they try to keep the surface area of the utility functions very low, but Rust actually goes harder. They're like methods for almost everything you want to do. Intersparse, um, the basic filter map, reduce, but you also have like much more complex utility method, and I think that's great. Okay. Oh, I think I'm gonna have to call it a night now. I'm really tired. Thanks to everyone for joining. Yeah, we hit 500. Uh, Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Mr. Bulldog. Thanks to everyone for joining the stream. And we're just gonna. So we hit 500 tonight. That's great. So we have like 500. Amazing, wonderful. So thank you guys. I appreciate you. We did some work tonight, or whatever the time is at your place. Tomorrow we're gonna continue. I'm a little bit tired now, and I'll be ending the stream. Thank you guys for joining. Thank you. Thanks for hanging again tonight. Oh, great. Deep dives can be cool too. John Jane said you only do doing work. Oh. Oh yeah, John is a good guy. Oh, for sure. Take care. Thank you so much, Mr. Bulldog. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. We hit 500, and this is just the beginning. I hope you guys have an amazing night and week ahead of you. Yeah, thank you so much. We will get back soon. I need to take a break. Thanks.